Hello. Hi. It's Saturday. Saturdays are for the lesbians. How are we doing today? Hello. Hello, Reaper. Hello, Neryart. Welcome. How are you all doing today? I'm just having my first coffee of the day. It'll be my only coffee of the day. I'm not going to have any other coffees today, most likely. That's the one good thing about afternoon streams, is that I'm not tempted to have caffeine in the evening, because I always like to be very pumped for my streams, feeling very lesbian. That's a mood. As I stare at the Amity Blight print on my wall. Well, it's a Lumini print, technically, but Amity is on it, so... I'm also wearing my sweater. Nice. I didn't even realize that. Well, anyways, but how are we all doing? Yes, today we do the lesbian trial with my best girly. Can you hear my dogs barking downstairs? They're probably looking at something outside, but my best girly, my bestie, my best friend of all time, the greatest judicial assistant in the world is finally gonna be the lawyer that she was always meant to be. Or the lawyer that she's capable of being. Even if she doesn't want to be a lawyer, we know she has the potential to be one. Except women can't be lawyers. Is that coffee? It's coffee. I put white chocolate powder in it. I always put like some sort of like chocolate in my coffee. I don't use like cream or sugar, but I have like a white chocolate drink mix that I put into it. So yeah. Also, when I play a game like this where I try to voice act more, yeah, we're moving on to the first game of the first case of the second game. We have Susato defending somebody, and it's gonna be, I'm very excited to see how it goes. Susato is going to defend her great friend now, who totally did not have a gay panic seeing her dressed up like a boy. Because she has to disguise herself, because, again, women can't do the law. Anyways. What was I saying? Where was my train of thought going? Oh yeah, hot coffee. It's, when I play a game where I have to do a lot of the voice acting, it's good encouragement to not spend money on iced coffee so the cold doesn't, like, tighten my vocal cords, and so a warm beverage will help with that. You better not see Ochi. I'm suspecting we might, or Ouchie. It's Ouchie. I don't want to keep saying Ochi. It's Ouchie. I'm suspecting we might, since it's the tutorial case and he is the tutorial lawyer. And is Ouchie like the rookie destroyer or whatever, just like Winston Payne was? Maybe it runs in the family. All these law kind of things run in the family. But yes, but I should prepare someone once again. I guess we'll see who our witnesses are. Because the victim, we already know the victim from the opening cinematic. We'll get into it once we get into the case, but the victim... Why am I keep going out of focus? Anyways, I want a hot drink now because vibes and such. I feel that, because it's getting colder out. We're getting into like fall weather. It's kind of like gray and rainy outside today, so I want a nice little hot beverage to be like cozy with spooky season. True, but I think hot beverages are a good part of spooky season as well. I don't know if they still do it. I was never really a big fan of like pumpkin spice like lattes and stuff. But at Starbucks they always used to do a salted caramel mocha in the fall, and I used to love getting that. I don't know if they still do it in the fall, but if so, I will need to get one at some point. I love salted caramel mochas, and then and around Christmas time, I always like peppermint mochas. I just love mochas. I love chocolate. It's like one of my favorite flavors. And chocolate and coffee are two of my favorite things in the world, so combine them and I'm gonna be a very happy person. Let's start getting into some law, shall we? It's time for Susato to girl boss it up. To use a little cliche, goofy term. Oh, I have my gay pics out because, yeah, she is defending her best friend. Well, I think she was described her in the same words that Ryunosuke used to describe Kazuma, which I get what they're I'm picking up what they're putting down. So, and then yes, here we go! Live slug reaction, yeah! Alrighty. Let us continue the adventure of the blossoming attorney! She is a blossoming attorney. I love her. I'm so proud of my girl Susato. She's just... God. She's just amazing. She's great at everything she does, and yeah. And she's a big nerd. She's no longer having a kimono. In this one, she had to disguise herself as like a Yume University student, a male student, to be able to act as her friend's lawyer, since women are not allowed in the courtroom at this time. So yeah, so she's in disguise. Oh my god, she looks adorable! Aww. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami. He has different hair. Didn't he go bald after the first case?
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Yujin Mikutoba, my favorite weird girl assistant. Oh my god! He's the weird girl assistant? That's perfect. Oh my god, I love that. What is this little cowlick in the middle of his forehead?
Look at her!
That's my girl. I'm so proud of her. That little I need him to fully take on the role of the weird girl. Like, he needs to fully embrace it. Look, she looks majestic. I'm so proud of her. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. Oh, is she not gonna, like, speak? Is Mikotoba gonna speak for her so they don't hear, like, a higher-pitched voice? Or maybe not. Ready! Or maybe not, okay. Mikotoba's over everything. I love them! Because we didn't really get to see too much of, like, their father-daughter interactions in the first game because Susato was, like, overseas for most of it. But if we get to see them interact in the court here, I'm willing to see, because he seems very supportive of her doing this, very proud of her, and I need to see them. Hello, Love is Blue, welcome! How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. They're so silly. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Aww. So we're going to keep Susato's old voice. She is in disguise. Yeah, she probably gonna talk down in a lower pitch like this. Ho ho! I think about that and cry every day. Aww. Well, I'm glad that Yujin is alive, because I was afraid he was, like, deathly ill when she went home, but I guess they needed a reason for her to, like, go home and for Ryunosuke to study alone and stuff. You're in Hell Week, it's final days before the exam, but I'm still surviving. Oh no! I'm wishing you the best of luck. I hope it goes well. Take care of yourself in the meantime. Sending you all the brains and smarts in the world. I hope it goes well. Ryutaro. Sorry, oh my god, she even has the eyes! Aw, she's got the Ryunosuke eyes. I love it. Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who was vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. Man. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Aw, the first little comment that Kazuma gave too. I hope this is not a bad omen for, Ryutaro, brother Ryunosuke. Oh my god, they are kind of like little siblings. Yeah, I'm such a dork in a good way. She is such a dork in a good way, and I love that for her. Hi, Vice, how are you doing? Yeah, I hope that this is not a bad omen for Mikotoba's fate in the next case, considering what happened to Mia, and then what happened to Kazuma. Kiryu-chan! Hi! Hello. Thank you for the Kiryu-chan.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you not remember the other Naruhodo? Mm-hmm.
But the name Naruhodo, will that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is
His cousin!
That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. And you know what? He's right. That's not even a lie. She is, like, a genius. His glasses perception is very strong. His cousins look with Sailor Moon. Stop.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused...
Yes. Hello, LGBTQ community.
The accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is... Ray! Susato is every bit as gallant as dashing as any of you your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray. Oh, is she gonna be like Larry and just like be a clown defendant?
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. Oh, jeez. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Oh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through,
And how he always has those eyes. Her pronouns are he, him.
Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
Indeed. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest because it's another British person dead on Japanese soil. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknowny yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. Alright, 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him. I love the way he raises his hand like a schoolboy there. The prosecution has Ochi. I keep wanting to say Ochi. It's ouchie. Like pain. Ouchie. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Oh, she's got the...
Whose is that?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Oh, the cheek slap!
First it was Cosmo, now Mikotoba. I'm hoping he doesn't get the first trial assistant treatment.
Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Please get this wrong? Okay. Is this gonna be like a please turn in your badge moment? But my brain processes the ow as ow. I guess yeah. They can have different pronunciations. Should I? Okay, it's funny. Alright. You will state the name of the victim.
Oh, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
I'm so scared, but I'm gonna reload because I don't want her to make a fool of herself. What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
Aww, cinder block, Your Honor, yes! Mia Fey is the defendant. It's your first time in this position, and in that, guys, get over how ouchy. I know, his hair, like, what is that? How do you get hair to grow on your forehead like that? Cindy Stone, Your Honor. It was close enough, right? Cindy, Cinder, it's close enough. Even a bright spark like you was bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
You want bald at the top and long hair on the sides. Like, how does that work? A dismal failure. I'm gonna turn her into a dismal failure, aren't I? I'm so... Alright. His Excellency is watching you closely. Mm-hmm. Isn't that happen what to him eventually? Yeah. I'm so... you want me to get this wrong? Alright, I'm gonna reload afterwards because I don't want her to make a fool of herself, but... Man, should I say... Who should I go with? Ouchie or Mikotoba? Please say Eugene, okay.
The victim in this case is none other than Professor Eugene Mikotoba.
What? Well, to be written off by one's own child.
Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were mere moments ago.
Because of you, clearly. The judge is asking for the victim's name, the person who was killed in this case. Look through the information in the court record again, carefully, before you kill me, for mercy's sake. Man.
Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer.
Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given to your wide-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim in this case? What if I go with Ouchie now? Eugene has one foot in the grave and Ryotaro is holding the...
The victim in this case is, yes, Professor Takatsuchi Ouchie.
What?
Why the sudden triumphant cry of yes? Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry.
Are you surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully.
Oh, yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file. And I chose the person whose features appeared to be the most deathly.
Man. I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. Get his ass! It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it.
Oh dear. I simply can't ignore that imploring look.
Oh my god, I got an achievement for that! Father Frustrator! Oh my god! So she does have like a please turn in your badge achievement. Oh, the achievement popped up in the corner. Sorry, my Whitney was covering it. I can get rid of these things. But yes, we got an achievement for stressing out Mikotoba. You know what? We're not gonna reload. We'll just keep going. It's fine.
Yes!
Popped up in the corner. Yeah, it was in the bottom right corner where my Whitney Houston picture was covering it.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Oh, pop like father! I see. She did the thing!
Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Yes, my Norosato-san. What a feminine voice you have.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of...
Queen Victoria! Wait, I should have said Queen Victoria. Maybe I should have said Queen Victoria. Sorry.
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Man, we can redo. We go for the queen! Man. What killed her? What killed her? If she's the queen, what killed her? What sans Reagan equivalent was there at the time here? Yes, she was a killer. Maybe there was a poll going on at the same time for, like, the sluttiest man in London, and it's Herlock Sholmes versus Barack Van Zieks, and Sholmes squeaked by with a 0.1% of the victory vote. And the news of that is what caused Giselle Brett to drop dead, because she was the queen. Sholmes versus Lupin! That's better, that's better. Sholmes versus Lupin, that's better. Man. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Lupin wins no matter the contest. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Wilson! Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. They just wanted to convict somebody, regardless. Which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. We set a mate for volleyball friend as he gets swept out to sea. I've never watched Castaway. This is my uncultured moment for the stream. Another movie that I've never gotten around to watching. Me trying to explain why Giselle Brett's name is. It's a Sherlock Holmes pun, right? Because I think Ash mentioned that like a while ago. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It is Sherlock Holmes, haha. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. I miss him. Kazuma, sweetie, I miss you. Watson got shot with a Giselle bullet, which is why he I see, that's funny. And he literally got shot by Giselle in this game. Everything reminds me of him, it does. It does. And expose the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Swan lady, is the swan still alive? I hope so. The swan did nothing wrong. Maybe the hat flew away from the body. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct? I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? Remember in Britain that a soldier blamed a child? Wait, for what? It appears to have been her swan song. Swan and Giselle have a soul link or something. As soon as the she died, the swan did too. No! Rip Swan. The swan was innocent in all of this. It was unfortunately bound to Giselle and had to go wherever she went, but that does not mean the swan committed the crime. I remember the plot of Full Metal Alchemist. That's another one I need to watch. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'm stressing about all the shows. I still need to finish Better Call Saul, too! I still have 2 seasons left of that. Man, maybe playing a law game, because I started watching it while I was playing the original trilogy. And maybe while playing this law game, it'll inspire me to finally finish Better Call Saul. Yeah. The son of Waluigi. Yes! Waluigi! The soldier! The Waluigi baby! Yes! The wah baby! I need to watch it now. Cancel stream. It's more important. I know it's important. I know. I am a disgrace.
Oh.
Oh wait, did I miss some details? Yeah. Oh yeah, just the day before. Adios, Nosa. Oh, I misread that as adios. Ido Nosa, yes, the true culprit. The true phantom thief of curios and relics. Summary of the incident. Prosecutor Ochi? Ouchie! It's Ouchie! I keep mispronouncing it. Ah! The mastermind of the whole ordeal. It's the baby, indeed.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea, the incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes.
She's holding a pen.
The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal.
It was August of year 11, Anno Domini, indeed.
There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when she considers she had a powerful motive, huh? The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Yeah, forced to lay like that for some time until somebody found the body. I know, how tragic. I have no sympathy for Giselle, but for the swan I do. Do I have other stuff in here? Yeah. Okay. Time around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing along resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in both eyes. Okay. Dad. She's an assistant to your father. Alright. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions.
Reminded of vaguely of a Law and Order criminal intent arc resolved poorly. That kind of forced it. Oh no. Oh no. Pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Yeah, what's the motive?
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motivation is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully— Bro! I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Was it John Wilson?
Oh, well, I was studying under John H. Wilson.
Yep. Dr. Wilson? But what were you doing in the 9 months since then? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes. Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful of what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Then why wait 9 months to carry it out? Maybe just waiting. Maybe just waiting until the day before she... Did she know she was gonna be, shipped out the next day? Sorry, allergies, baby. Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
Guilty, no questions asked, yes. Guilty as fuck!
I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense.
As a lawyer? Well, why were they there together?
Membami-san? Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san?
The way her eyes sparkle when she said Susato? Kinda gay.
I'm really starting to wish me made my alias Ryutaru Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters.
Oh.
I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. The father's right. We need more information.
Alright, and the bathing spot.
If I may, Professor Ouchie?
Or Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Huh, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind, bruh.
Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West.
We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is
Curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Was she allowed to go out there if she was, like, guarded?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
Never say nothing can go wrong. He's so pretty. You know what? You're valid for that. He is definitely in my top 5 DILFs of all time.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
Courtesy is one thing, knowing, kowtowing to intimidating, but I guess, even so, they didn't want to, any sort of, I guess they didn't want to raise any more conflict than necessary, and, you know, again, not having, like, the sort of power to defend themselves, which is sad. It's called a beach, yes. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Huh. Yeah, they were pressured. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty?
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Okay, so she wasn't facing the doorway. I was wondering if she was facing... if her back was to, like, the entrance. Somebody could have, like, yoinked her from behind. Somebody outside the hut. Yes, thank you, Council. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there was nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Okay. Alright. Let's take a closer look. Look at this photograph! Alright. The mask is there. Oh, feathers! The swan. I think the swan died with her. Sad. She's holding a pen. And there's a spilled wine glass. A bottle. Dress. And then... okay. She's got a whole collection of masks, it seems. Bottle of sake. The swan cannot go on without her! They were alone in the hut at this time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
Would it be ironic for Brett to die by drinking poison? It would. And you know what? I'm wondering if that's the case, because in the autopsy report, or the post-mortem report, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. I wonder if that could be a result of poison. I don't know what causes that.
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. Is it my boy Hosonaga? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Ugh.
Very well then, Council. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aoshi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry? Waiting? You've been waiting? I've been waiting for this.
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Well, he's not here, so like... Yes?
This insult to the Aoshi family name will never be forgotten.
Oh yeah, because I'm a Naruhodo. That's why. You've become conceited of the age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Woo! It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Whoa! Oh yeah, he did this! He did that! Kazuma did that! Oh, a parting gift from Kazuma. And then how did he just draw a little... how did he grow a little spiral of hair on his forehead like that? Kiryu-chan! Oh my god.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aoshi growth.
What? What the fuck? Oh my god, what the... This is... You call this a seed of hope? This... Did, like, Kazuma, like, salt your scalp or something to make nothing grow from it ever again? Because how is it that nothing has grown on the top of your head for 9 months? Except for this. And on your forehead of all places. He's awakened anew as himself.
I think that tiny growth is
Trying to tell me something! Oh my god! Does it have a mind of its own? Does it have its own consciousness like that kid from Fairly Elmer, I think his name, the kid with the boil, and the boil had like its own consciousness as well. So is it like that? The clip is failing, nar! Extreme nail pattern baldness. Yep.
I'm afraid I can't really see.
Where's the hoping? Oh man, get him, Ray.
I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
What a loser.
With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Hey, bud. What?
Hi!
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Look at this. He has a turtle on his head. He's got it. Is that an actual live turtle? Okay, that's actually adorable. Aww. Sosanaga, yes! Really? They're standing next to each other. They certainly are standing next to each other, but you know what?
I miss him. I'm glad to see that he's alive and well.
Chief Inspector Satoru
LGBTQ community.
Hi, J-Sense. Welcome. How are you? Here we go. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold at the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Sosuke Natsume. Yes! Oh my god. He has got a journalist watching him too? Oh my god, I'm so proud of him. Oh my goodness. He doesn't look as pale. Maybe he's got a tan from being on the beach. Yeah, he's got a paparazzi and everything too. Oh my god, I'm so proud of him. And he looks so cozy in this little sweater. Yeah, he wrote a very popular book, I Am a Cat, which I know is the ability of his Bungo Stray Dogs counterpart, where he can turn into a cat. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Copy Sosuke, even.
Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here?
Can he afford to take time off and relax by the beach? It just made others drop theirs! Tread carefully, Susato. Sosuke, I love him. He is... I'm happy to see that he seems to be doing well. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? Oh, is my mic... Sorry, I thought my mic was gonna fall over. If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know.
Uh-oh.
If I presume Sosuke-san wouldn't have forgotten about me, I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is... hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face? Well, you don't have blood at the moment, but how long is that gonna last? We're happy for Natsu no longer being scared. Yeah, I'm happy for him.
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. What a loser, oh my god. Yes, your glasses tries to play- yeah, your glasses! Man. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture, on the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. Oh,
With Professor Mikotoba?
is there something in my hair? A turtle? Yeah, a turtle! Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Huh. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Oh my god, he's really getting into this role.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me.
Alright. My father and Sosuke-san, alright. He learned how to JoJo. Yes, his posing has improved. Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh, look at him posing! Oh, Wagahai is here! Oh, wait, no, that's a different cat, because Wagahai is back in London, and he brought some kittens over. Wagahai had kittens, and then he brought some of them over. Look at them posing! That's actually adorable. Look at them. They have matching mustaches and everything. This is so cute. Like the little pose and then the laughing. Oh, that's so cute. And there's this guy down here, too. With a kitty. Aw, I love this. Yes, we love a mustache. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance.
And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. What if she was trying to do one last scheme before leaving? That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh, there he goes. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Yeah, you certainly look, perfectly fit.
Oh my, Inspector, you...
She made the good stuff. the good crazy one.
Well, you do have something on your face now.
Oh my god, oh my god, he has a turtle towel! That's so cute. Yeah. How unsightly, I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. Yes, work is so much better than a beach day, but I guess in this case it would be. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But only if I had! I'd never seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret! Choking on his collar. I didn't get to go to the beach this summer, because of, like, scheduling conflicts. We usually go visit my, some relatives in New Jersey. But we might go next month. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You'll give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. No, I'm coughing. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Is the pizza? There's one pizza place that I really like. I mean, I'm not much of a pizza person in the first place. There's like one restaurant in particular that was like really good, and they have gluten-free crust. And now I have to eat the gluten-free crust. But I'm not really like a pizza connoisseur, so I'm not the person to ask for that. But I do really like this one place. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes, yes, yes!
That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Okay, that's gonna be the, lie, isn't it? Or not lie, but... stabbing... Oh, I saw blood. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. The postmortem report said one stab wound, right? It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it, the very moment of this heinous crime. Single... You're wrong, buddies.
What? Now, if you'll recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have we there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you will cast your eyes over to the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately in her hand there. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mimbami. The initials of the defendant.
No! Oh my god, she did her Ryunosuke death. Aww.
This fountain pen will be admitted as immediately as critical evidence. Well, I'm gonna inspect that thing. Wait, oh, I can't inspect it. Interesting. I bet there's a reason for that.
Just like some testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor I can't speak. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san?
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination.
You are a real lawyer, bestie. They buffed Ouchie, but not enough to get the hair. Yeah, I guess they skipped the hair. She's twice the man she used to be, indeed! Alright. Let's get him. I can't wait to see Susato humble this man. Multiple times? I don't believe that, buddy. Objection! She's pointing! Oh, look, I'm so proud of her! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sosuke-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. She's got her little book! Oh, instead of like just slamming papers together, like Ryunosuke, she has her little encyclopedia of everything. I love her. Yeah, this man, he's like Gumshoe, just jumping to conclusions. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Did you not read that, detective? That's pretty important. World's worst bodyguard, indeed. First Kazuma, now this. Yeah, he's 0 for 2, yes! Yeah. Please, next time, assign somebody else to this. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ah! And Sosuke-san. Oh my god, she has her unique theme. Not 0 for 3. Both of you to the She has her unique theme song for this. I love it. You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. The detective's a gotcha player, stop. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true. But what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. True. That can't be. Did she not know that pulling out the knife would make it bleed more and then make her die sooner? I mean, it was probably a fatal wound already if it punctured a lung, so like, I guess death was inevitable regardless. Excellent work, Susato! You exploded at them without objection and proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Oh my god.
Well, this takes me back.
She started pointing much earlier than Ryunosuke, but I guess she has some, courtroom experience.
Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair! Oh!
Slender, my head is quite adequately dressed.
You call this little growth adequate?
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds.
Man, Mikotoba just murdered this man. Is he gonna be on trial next?
It makes not a jot of difference.
Yeah, the Mikotobas are hardcore. Yeah, they don't pull any punches.
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she withdrawn the blade.
Are you sure he isn't dead? Good question. I love them so much. The Mikotobas are the best.
And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim.
Because the judge and he's hiding under the desk trying not to laugh. Yeah!
All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
He's an artist. What do you expect? He's a writer. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
Then we are back where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too.
I need to make an episode out of all of this. What, you mean like a short or like a highlight? I am doing that eventually. I am almost ready to post my Rise from the Ashes highlights. I'm just editing the subtitles for YouTube, and then once I'm done with that, which will probably be in another day or two, then that'll be live, and then then I'll start working on Justice for All. And I'll try not to procrastinate on this one as much as I did with Rise from the Ashes.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case.
I'm hiccuping. Stab her again? See, the obvious answer would be save her life, but if she's a medical student, she would know that or like a medical like assistant, she would know that pulling the knife out will make her bleed out faster. So, but hiding the knife doesn't make sense either. Like, why would you try to hide that kind of stuff, you know? She wanted to cut some yeah, she was just hungry. She was hungies. I don't know, I mean, the obvious answer would be to save her. But, I don't know. I'll go with that.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
Then the point is, being a medical research assistant, Mambabi-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Yeah, that's...
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel. Just stop calling me that! Blood, yes, vampire.
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Will you, though? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Skewed priorities.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yeah, the knife can plug the bleeding and everything, yeah. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
This is why Yoko should stay on the oh my god, dude! Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
Bro, this man needs to go.
Anyone who has ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
I don't think most people do that, buddy.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. You have much better access to this knowledge, yeah, compared with how seldom something like that would have been known, yeah. We've all stabbed someone here. Yeah, it's just a rite of passage in life.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that would be fatal for Miss Brett?
Maybe the knife was already pulled out, and she picked it up off the ground or something. I mean, why she would do that, I don't know. Just like Ryunosuke picking up the gun. That's one thing you should never do near a dead body. You should never pick up the supposed weapon, because you will be seen holding that weapon and then suspected of the moida. I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
No! Susato! Take Kazuma-san's words to heart, Miss Susato. A lawyer's always gotta believe in your clients. They must have faith in their clients. Pull yourself together! You mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
We can do it. Alrighty. Alright. Let's see. What are we gonna wanna press on?
Hold it! But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a...
Yeah, she's really trying to play the role of a man here. My god. Oh, Susato. Oh, but rational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh, women. Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about it. She's just trying to play the role, you know. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Based Hosonaga, yes! Hosanaga's a feminist, let's go! Ryunosuke is a feminist, Hosanaga's a feminist, yes, let's go! Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Okay.
Hold it! Whatever the motive, It isn't just Membami-san's nature. It isn't just in her nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
Uh-oh, is she gonna blow her cover here?
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes. Evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Susato, no!
Alright, you reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. I didn't press the first two statements, so if nothing comes from this, I'll go back and press those two. Time to Aristotle.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Broad-minded. I'm sorry. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Oh my god! Dr. Wilson was a feminist too! Let's go! Clearly a defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. Okay, so we're gonna have to press the first two. Let's hope this... I'm also rather broad-minded. Yeah! Literally!
If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think... oh. Maybe... Okay, the knife isn't seen here. Where would she have picked up this pen from? It wouldn't be on the ground. Like, if she was... They claim she picked up the pen in her dying moments. Ooh, it kind of looks like... This kind of looks like the pen. Maybe that's not why it's letting me... It's not letting me inspect the pen, because that would quickly reveal it to not be a pen or something. Maybe it's like cosmetics or something, but... This looks like the supposed pen. Yeah. And how would she either reach over there? I mean, if she was stabbed in the back and just fell, this pen would have had to have been on the ground or something. I don't know. The pain of recovering from a cold and waking up and oh no, hi Ash, how are you? I hope you feel better soon, but we are enjoying the lesbians right now. Yes, he accepted women as soon as they began to exist. Very broad-minded indeed, in many ways. Okay. But yeah, I think this matches whatever this is, and RM might stand for something else. And that's why it's not letting me inspect it, most likely. You're feeling much better already. Yay! Well, that's good at least. Alright. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Thanks, Dad.
I know what to do.
Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama are always turning evidence over and over in their heads.
Yes, examine! Yes. Cheers, sees Mikotoba? Yes. Mikotoba makes everything better, doesn't he? Look at him. Look at that sexy man. Maybe I should press the first two just to see if anything comes of it.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You can't just do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... She's already doing those nice, powerful desk slams.
Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess...
Susato! Come on! Oh my god, Susato! What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to get into the male role again and be like, women don't have sense? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm sorry, babe, it's for the bit. Exactly! I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
We better if we see Ouchie is part 3 with a full head hair, completely bald. I don't think there is a third game. It's just the 2 games. So unless he makes an appearance later on in this game, I doubt we'll see him again.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
What the fuck? Please don't pound your gavel into your hand like that. Like, that's very menacing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
And that's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Yeah, Judge is scary. His third awakening. Huh. Alright, so we need to examine something. Oh, we can actually look further at this paper now. We can only look at the picture before. Okay.
Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father?
Aw, them!
It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Is there something on the back, maybe?
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well.
Can we go back to Santa?
Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of such a thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? The reporters are always following Soseki-san, huh?
There was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we were working on with strictest confidence. I'd put Rei in charge of the project.
Rei? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. Okay. Is there... Alrighty. So a poison theft. Where could this be? Oh, I can examine this now! Yay!
If you take off the pen's lid... The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Anything on the tip?
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
The poison's in here, isn't it? I wonder if it's holding poison. Man, these frilly ladies in these games do love their poisons. Just like how Dahlia said in that one testimony about like the pharmacology students, they're all very fond of their drugs. And these frilly ladies are very fond of their poisons. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
That bottle in the beginning? What, a poison? Just, there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty.
Could be on the verge of running out. A very small amount of liquid is, but it's not like black ink in it, is there? Only a tiny amount of liquid. And it doesn't look like black ink. Ooh, what's this logo?
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't, in fact, belong to Ray. And an emblem. Okay. Is that everything we can inspect in this? We got the reservoir, the initials, and the emblem. This is your first interaction with that game? Okay, alright. Okay. Alrighty. There's... Well, this is the whole newspaper. Oh, what if I read this one? Okay. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on 11th August, come to light the very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Contraction of the pupils. That was in the report. Onset of the symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ends with acute contraction of pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Alright, so she was poisoned. Pupil constriction. Please don't be mad at me for my clips. What did I clip? That is a very pretty pen. I love that. What did you clip? So let's see. What if the knife was poisoned? What about the pen? Yep, irony. Okay. A reason to pull out the blade. Did she... Maybe she would have identified the symptoms of, Maybe, Ray was able to identify the, symptoms of the, yeah, poison-laced blade. That was the death. But okay. Alright. Y'all just love taking things out of context like that. Alright. Yeah, impaired breathing, acute contraction of the pupils. She probably would have known that, or could at least see her struggling to breathe and, see the, poison. Poison! 6.9 seconds, nice. Alright, I'll try the article mentioning a poison-laced blade in here and see what happens.
Objection!
There we go.
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Miyoko
Yoko not only has a poor grasp on the law, but is also a poor loser.
No, you sound like a poor loser having like this petty vengeance that you're on against the Naruhodos for here. Of her Ryutaro's objection, I love her.
What possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume.
Bruh.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in the case.
But
Prosecutor Alchi, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Bro. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. I believe it was on the second page, right?
yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause.
I believe it's the second page, which is deadly in tiny quantities. Yes.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What? I love her song too. This is a nice little song.
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking...
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. Louisa's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, as I believe the defense would wear
Constricted pupils. Hello, James, the Ryutaro objection theme. I love it so much. How are you doing, James? Ryutaro, I love her. I love this theme. And it's so very her, like... Man, I'm so proud of her!
We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. You're doing good, I'm glad to hear that. They didn't know to look for poison, they saw a wound, true. Yeah, they wouldn't even know that the poison was there, and the obvious conclusion would be the stabbing. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. She's just trying her best, exactly. And her best is amazing. She's doing amazing, sweetie.
Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved?
The post-mortem report. Constricted pupils.
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What? Occam's razor is no place in a courtroom? I don't know what that is. I'm uncultured.
You can't possibly!
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that.
You want stars? I'll give you stars! I need to know how the judge maintains that beard. For real, yeah. It's probably got like a very extensive care routine for that.
I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
Alright. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison?
Take that! I would ask the court to refer to the note section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, is it meiosis, meiosis? Pupil constriction was observed in the victim.
Oh, the keep it simple, stupid? Is that it?
Oh! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
I don't know, sis, but yeah, something like that, yeah. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
I'm presenting facts, buddy.
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Are they gonna say something about her always holding up a mask? She always holds up a mask, you can't see her eyes. But if she, you know, she was holding the mask to the side when she fell over, so like, yeah. Said have been proposed by William of Ockham. Oh, okay, I did not know that. Yet, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Algie, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence.
Yokel student and yokel professor!
I hope he goes bald again. We're like completely bald at the end of this case. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugen Mikutoba? Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. The local non-scholar scholar.
Yeah.
It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father?
A pitiful situation for a university professor.
Bro.
You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
Hey! Don't insult her father!
That's totally...
Oh. My PC battery is very low, which I know is not true. Man, if I hadn't changed my computer settings, my laptop would shut off right now.
None of this is Professor Mikutoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Oh, did she take the poison? Oh, that's not gonna sound good for her.
Ray?
Mbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
Ah, there we go. Lesbians! Yes! The way she had like a full-on lesbian panic at seeing Susato dressed up like that is... That's ingrained in my memory, and it's gonna stay that way. Her great friend, just like Kazuma was Ryunosuke's great friend. I think they were both described with those exact words.
So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The lady that loves poisons. Did I miss the lesbians? The lesbians are here! I love my gay children. Me too. Yeah, we're having a lesbian moment here. Oh yeah, let's put this 16-year-old girl in charge of guarding this poison we're developing for the military. Yeah! Who thought that was a good idea?
The thief? You don't mean...
Yes, of course.
It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Hell yeah, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians!
I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Was the wine poison?
Well, yes, have a good stream. Oh, Penny, you're here! Yes, hi, Penny! How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great day as well.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was you. Blue names, colors.
But yeah, that's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes, they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. It's okay, no, we're just about to get up for the day. Nice! Well, I hope you have a wonderful day. The new mic, yes! We got our new mic, indeed. I feel like it picks up my mic my mouse clicking, so like that's one thing I want to maybe adjust the polar pattern for, but for now, we're fine with it, yeah. Yes. Lesbians in the stream announcement, and suddenly everyone, literally! We love lesbians here.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her.
Did my BS become a reality about her being poisoned? I mean, Ray suspects that she was poisoned. She suspects that the knife was poisoned.
Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream is small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really? I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Is that poison the same as curare? I believe it's different. They don't have a name for it, and they said it's currently being developed. And this doesn't sound like curare symptoms either, if I remember correctly. I don't remember anything about the pupils. Because curare was about, like, breathing constriction. So this is a different one.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
It's a new poison being developed in Mikotoba's lab, yes.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived.
Yeah, it's alkaloid-based.
The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mimbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Do we have the knife that was used? Can we, like, inspect that?
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
What?
I imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence.
That photo.
But you've brought this on yourself.
That's her pulling the blade out. Wouldn't it be? Oh my god, no mask. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. That's her withdrawing the blade.
Dadoy. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mamami-san plunged the dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. I don't believe it.
Ah! Second, Ryutaro death. Order! Counsel for the defense? Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels.
Oh my god, dude!
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Yeah, you're picking fights with, like, young students. Dude, like, that's kind of sad. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. Uh-oh. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print. Alright, let's take a look at it. She's pulling the knife out there. She has to be. And who took this photograph? Okay, this is there's a hole in the back of the hut. Somebody made a hole. I'm assuming this how did they get this photograph? And this hole had to have been made by the killer, right? That's how they, like, stuck the knife in and out. Love that a girlie is so full of rage. Yes, I love raging women. Aoshi knows better than to take on her opponent outside his weight class. Someone was being sus. Ooh. But yeah. Who took this picture? The exact moment of the stabbing? Somebody was hanging out there. And this is not the main entrance. Maybe her back was to that hole, and that's where she was stabbed from.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Oh, wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray?
That's of no importance here. Stop.
I think it is pretty important. Because it could be somebody else on the scene.
Objection! That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Bruh. Goodness. Yeah, it was the turtle. The turtle did it!
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Ooh, got him. Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light onto the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Susato, this is a time for you to fight. Hiccup. If what you've established so far is true, there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in a court of law, alright, Neville Papperman.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is gonna come to an end. What if it's a paparazzi member, like the one that's like following Natsume? Natsume was on the beach, and he has paparazzi following him, so mayhaps they took the picture?
There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Council? Cheese with wine. Yes, some perhaps you'd like a supply of cheese for your vintage wine. Honestly, one of the best Edgeworth quotes of all time. Man, I need to compile my favorite Edgeworth quotes. The vintage wine is one of my favorites. The indeed, verily I say, ergo. That's another good one. Also him basically saying that he doesn't care if Adrian Andrews offs herself. Literally saying that to the court. He's like, I don't care if you KYS. Tell us the truth. There's definitely plenty of him. The Edgeworth quote makes me so angry. What? The vintage wine? I love that. Do you want some cheese with your wine? He's got a little bit of dad jokes in him. He has like Phoenix definitely has more of like the dad joke energy, but I also feel like I feel like he could have a tendency to get like annoyed by dad jokes if somebody else like makes them towards him. Like his own, he like thinks his own dad jokes are funny, but everybody else's are pathetic. Kind of like that. He's so stupid, autistic father. Yes. I also do know something about a character in the next trilogy, where he could really be a dad.
Damn it!
Ready to be born. He could enter his DILF era with a wedding ring. I do know that. Ready to be born. Yeah. He just needs a ring and make it legal, and he could actually be a father, because I do know about a certain truthsy.
The burning question to who took the photograph is...
Okay, do I? Okay, the paparazzi is not in here. The paparazzi is not in the court record. Interesting. All right, we save in the... Yes, we always save. Huh. Let's see. It was Aoshi himself that took it. Oops. Yes, hype yourself up just like Ryanosuke.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No! You can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
Would it be, wouldn't be this. Photographer. The person that took this photograph. I generally love the Ryotaro sprites so much because it's a beautiful mix of Susato's normal sprites and lawyer sprites. Yeah, she's like just learning from them. 2 different desk slams because she's mimicking them. Yeah, I love that. God, I'm gonna have to like look at every single one of these sprites like in very heavy detail after this. All right. Oh yeah, because this is a Kazuma slam, right? Kazuma with the single fist, and then the 2 hands was Ryunosuke, and aww, They're like her big brothers and whatnot. Yeah, I'm so nervous about sprites being shared between characters who are close. I feel that. I feel that. And like seeing in Trials and Tribulations Case 1, seeing Mia do a lot of sprites that look like phoenixes, you could say you can clearly tell that he like learned from her, and just, and it also her in Case 3-4 with young Edgeworth. Seeing him kind of copy the Von Karma finger wag actually kind of hurt my feelings a bit, but now we see he's like kind of made it his own instead and does a slightly different gesture. Man. Anyways. What? Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence do you have? Okay. I'm gonna go with,
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph.
Imagine if actual trials would be like this. You know what? Yeah, if they were, I would have been looking forward to possibly going to jury duty a couple weeks ago. But fortunately, they told me I didn't have to go, which was great. Miyataro's sprite being mimics of Ryu and Cosma, Herlock and Iris sharing the deduction points. Yeah, Edgeworth and the Von Karma. Yeah, I love it. Like, I love that you can just see how, like, the relationships between these people just with their sprites and how they mimic each other. It's just, I love that. It's such a good portrayal. I love it.
If you look closely,
Oh yeah, the I didn't realize there was this. Yeah, so it's gonna be the same camera.
you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Is that like a crack in the lens? That's also there. Good gracious!
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing.
There's a lot more shared sprites between mentor and mentee relationships and actual familial relationships, which really strengthens the themes of found family. Oh my god, that's great. I love that. I love that so much. Man.
It's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree.
Inside the hut and inside the university room.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have been transpired? They were taken by the same camera. A camera defect. There are gonna be cracks in the camera. Or in the lens.
Obviously must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yeah. Aren't you modern? You should know about that. Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. What? There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital.
With that exact same scratch in the lens, though, buddy.
It'll be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Yeah, he's not cool and hip. No, he's not. He's not like those fellow kids.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper
is featured in a newspaper.
Newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What?
Look at her, I'm so proud of her. Huh? What just happened? Oh, hello, buddy. see why you were called a raucous England attorney.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Mini Memo, I tell you! Mini Memo! Is that the name? Mini Memo! Oh, I love that nice little glamour shot. Look at that. The little close-up. Man, slay.
Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say Many Memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Is it the one that was behind you earlier in this trial? That guy's name pissed named the name. Oh no. A reporter by the name of writing many memos. Oh my god, that is an Ace Attorney name for sure. You learned how to pose from young Joseph, yeah. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it.
This dude, he's got an ink stain on his hand, probably from writing. Symbol. RM symbol. This is the guy that did it. He's the killer. RM on the pen and the symbol. This man did it. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with writing many memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Many Memo, yes!
my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. You'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Go piss, girl. You know what? This is a good time for a break. I do need to go pee.
Meh.
Many Memo!
Man, that's Natsume's mortal enemy. To be continued. Okay. Let's save. And I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. So I will return in a moment.
I am back.
Alright. Let's get back into this. Let's get this, reporter. Alright, August 13th.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray?
By the way, you have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all.
Oh yes, it was Friday the 13th. During the spooky month, it was.
So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the English one before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me.
Stars have aligned for Friday the 13th to come on the spooky month. They have.
Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor.
Oh, do you wanna experience a Susato takedown? Oh, you wanna feel that? Hello, Mercad. Welcome. How are you doing?
I am no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Spread's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
Oh, it's okay. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home.
This too can be Yuri, indeed.
Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes?
Hello, LGBTQ community.
Yep, indeed. Let's go, lesbians.
Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
They're in love, Your Honor.
Oh, Ray.
Hug. Hug.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now, whatever do you mean?
And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing onto the floor in front of me.
I pronounce you lesbian and lesbian. She is very pretty when she smiles, too. Man.
It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Yes! Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison's going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should have hopefully identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. So this, I'm guessing the reporter is the one that actually stole it then if he did this. So Brett really didn't have any idea what she was talking about. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Okay. Indicator solution? Okay. Let's inspect it.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese, though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Yeah, don't drink it. No Feeny moments here. She's smarter than the even though she's posing as a Naruhodo, she's definitely smarter than them when it comes to ingesting poisons. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
Is this newspaper article? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
Reporter took it, baby. Did he just want like a story or something? I guess we'll find out why he did it, but did he want like some sort of like big break and do this theft and this murder and then like report on it or what? I don't know.
It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in without any compunction, said to Professor Mikutoba.
Oh, so you mean she flew in on the swan hat?
Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sosuke-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Menememo-san.
Was it many memo? Writing many memos.
By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Because he was outside the hut. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. But if he was following Soseki... Yeah. A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Maybe that's when he yoinked the poison.
Yeah, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Huh.
Yes, that must be what happened. I don't know why I'm yawning, I'm not even tired. Counsel, you just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, I'm gonna scooch in here. Oh. Just scooching into my desk. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove it really happened that day.
Let's do it! Alrighty, here we go! I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Aoshi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
What's up, buddy? What do you know?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikutoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
No, oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. Like, we didn't detect a poison.
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so to be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Counsel, what were the results?
Okay, so
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
it's in the wine.
Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation.
Yeah, he's shrimp him for this knife that has no poison on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. It's the wine, baby! Although, Ray said she didn't see Giselle drink anything or whatever. Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Yeah, I don't think anybody likes seeing bloody knives.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Third Ryotaro death.
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Speak for yourself. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. What, you like seeing bloody knives? Yes, we need to make a death count every time she dies like that. I think it's been 3.
No trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case...
There was poison in her body, for sure.
How could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
But you don't? I mean, in real life. Hello, Jeff, welcome. The IPC boss. Oh my god. How are you doing? How's it going?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yeah, I was kind of stressing at that boss too. Right in many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. Yeah, your initials and this symbol certainly don't make you look suspicious when compared to that knife. Or not knife, the pen.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. Do you like cut meat that wasn't completely... I mean, I don't eat red meat. I don't like red meat. And even so, even when I did used to eat it, I only liked it, like, well done. I don't like medium rare, medium stuff. It needs to be, like, fully cooked. I'm fully glad I lost Fushuan, otherwise I'll be doomed. It takes two the sexiest things in the world. Cool knives and being covered in blood. You know what? Fair enough, fair enough. It's the Giorno, it's the 5th JoJo protagonist! Yes! Yeah, I always liked well done meat. People always like looked at me weird when I would get like all my steaks, everything well done. People say like the more it's cooked, the chewier and tougher it is. For me, it's the opposite. The more undercooked it is, the chewier and harder and tougher it is. It's harder to chew if it's less cooked. Geely makes damage from side-eye? Do I enjoy the taste and texture of chew? I normally used to always get like very like tender steaks, and again I don't really eat red meat anymore. I just don't like have a taste for it anymore, but I liked it always nice and overly cooked. I didn't want to eat raw meat that was still mooing. But I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're next in print in the morning. Blah, blah, blah. Medium rare. Oh my god, bro. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news, and I bumped my mic again. Ah. Oh, jeez.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people! Mini Memo senses a scoop in the offering. What, are you trying to like flex? Look at those arms. See, I swear it never felt like rubber to me. Undercooked meat felt like rubber to me. It was so, I couldn't even chew through it because it was so squishy and chewy. I couldn't even break it with my teeth. It's reached the correct temperature for consumption, just pink. My keyboard is so embarrassing, autocorrected to that. Yes. Oh my god. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Oh, that sounds kind of gay. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Man, are you really an Ace Attorney witness if your profession isn't like a caricature of yourself or whatever, you know?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
Aww, Kazuma! Here's how gender fluid Susato can still win. So true. Gender fluid lesbian Susato is real.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Ouchi. That's Taketsuchi Ouchi. A so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
She's just like me. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. What do we think about Topaz? Like, in terms of, like, as a character, or, like, whether you're pulling for her? He does look a little like Kamoshida. Oh, no. And you know what? I can't wait to get this guy gone after that. That's just gonna make, as a character, I mean, I get it, like, being, like, sort of like the big face of, like, the big greedy corporation or whatever always makes for, like, people, like, that goes after the little guy in this quest. People kind of, I can see why people wouldn't like that, but she's not, like, completely heartless and everything. Like, she was kind of just, she genuinely believed in that what she was doing was, like, the right option for a while. So, like, I can't, like, blame her for that. And she came around at the end, so, like, yeah. I can't blame her for that, honestly, but yeah. We met the day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san. What is IPC? It's Inter-Astral Peace Corporation from Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, she's more far-fetched. Yeah, she's just, I feel like she's maybe a little, like, overly optimistic, I guess. And yeah. God, I can't even look at this face anymore. Yes, right, that was me, Mini Memo again. But you're supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News office after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. I'm sorry, but you know what? It's fine, it's fine. That just makes me even more excited to get him convicted. Miss Brett's words? Yeah, they're, yeah. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on! The police are just imperial pawns!
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Mini memo pad. Yes. You baddie? Hey, she is a baddie. Are you all ready? I'll read it out. It's all right here. Right, here goes. And as I started jotting, yeah. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. Do you have, like, infinitely respawning pencils? That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? Oh, you wanted her dead, didn't you? Good deal. Kitty number 2! The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Words. Wow, wow. Yeah. First Zeke's with the infinite goblet, now Many with the infinite pencil. Yeah. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. Put apart the ruffle weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to put my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose is considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought it was, yes, but it was me, Gio.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Many Memoism in a nutshell.
Oh my god. At last, it appears we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. I'm about to sneeze. Maybe not. Sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze there. Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Yeah, 'cause he did it.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There is more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Hold it! That looks like a pretty big gap that you made to pull that thing across.
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Kinda creepy. Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong. Little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, bruh. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even Many Memoism, it's basic journalism. Oh my god, scoops are agender scoops.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Man. Right, So if that's all buttoned up, can we move on now? I see no difference. Scoop is scoop, indeed. Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. Scoop is scoop of ice cream. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool.
Hold it!
And they started arguing.
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep. She was raging like my journo spirit. Ethereum Wars is Pokemon. Yeah, I only just started it. I haven't done too much of it. Chocolate chip scoop, yes. I'll have some chocolate peanut. What flavor scoops do y'all want? I'll have chocolate peanut butter. That's my favorite flavor of ice cream.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Oh my god. Did the swan lay eggs? The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. He describes journalism how I describe combat. On the battlefield, gender is purely cosmetic. How one handles oneself. Hello, Mikatoba. The students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dog was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems.
Dear me. Heartbreaking, worst guy you know just made a joke that was kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah. Which was the climactic moment that I caught it on film! Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife.
Hold it! Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ah! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are, it's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. All right, bitch. Ugh. Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. Okay, let's take a look at this. The red-white case. Yeah, that's it. She dodged that way. No, that way. Let's take a look. Alright, that's what he claims. It was where it all ended up. Everybody dies, yeah. Yeah, I'm really enjoying like the Honkai Star Rail story more so than like Honkai Impact and Genshin. Yeah, it just feels, I don't know, I feel like it flows easier and like the filler doesn't really feel like filler, I guess. I don't know.
By the way, Mini Memo-san,
It might also be because it's so new that there hasn't really been much filler, I guess.
whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Oh my, so he's like, today he would be like the people that just like, yep, he'd just be filming like things happening instead of like trying to stop them, yep, man.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? Bystander effect. Evan Hansen effect, sorry. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Thanks, Dad. Mikotoba may be backseating a little bit, but thank you, bestie.
Alright. Supplement that testimony. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Okay. You never said... Okay. You were there as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you.
Yes, get him! Get him, Ryotaro! It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steadily enough to stop the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many memoism and humanism don't always agree.
And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Jesus, this man. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's— Oh, press him on everything? Or...
I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
So should I press all the things? Because with that last statement of him, being like, I only watched from the outside. I wonder if like presenting the pen to that, but we haven't linked the pen to him yet, but with the initials and the logo on it, that links him to him.
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. Did your internet die? Oh no. Is stream still working for everybody else? So you're involved somehow. You never discuss your own personal life. So you're hinting that your personal life is involved in this somehow?
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it, that's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice?
Obviously not. What was that noise I just made? If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
Potatoes?
Potato.
No, a journo's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes! That's spot on. Okay.
Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Okay. So I guess I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go with this.
Objection!
There we go. My instincts were right.
Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
Man, she's gonna be disillusioned. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more Many-Memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ooh!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Raita Menimomo, R.M.
That's horse dung! Can't you see one of the central tenets of Many-Memoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Or say horse dung!
Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars on the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Yes!
And there's no need anyway.
The hip thing.
This pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars on the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Ooh, get 'em!
Well, Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Get 'em! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha 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 ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine, I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You'll never mention this before.
Chad, yes, what a Chad. She's just owning this courtroom.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we Many-Memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. On one condition. Huh? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. No need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsume-san.
Sosuke-san?
Well, yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
Oh, what?
Taoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front-page story. Jeez. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Sasuke-san, hiding something?
He's dating the other witness! He's cheating on Hosonaga! No! Natsume! I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. This pulse dropped. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many mental demands I reveal it now. It's not, I mean, he's dating. Oh, that's what I meant. He's dating Hosonaga. Yeah. Oh, he's exposing the secret that he's dating. Here's how Hosonaga can still win. So true. Man. Yeah, he's not cheating. Natsume is a faithful man. You mean to say this victim?
This victim regained consciousness?
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
that's, true. True! He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel? I didn't know about this before.
Oh, you're talking to him.
It wasn't even a conversation.
Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
But she declined and then you left.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. Now, he's a very paranoid man. He's been doing that quite a lot in the time that we've known him.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
That's not the way I phrased it. Mini-memoism calls for straight talking. Do you think anybody in this court can talk straight, buddy? And I mean that in a way. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, as I put it to her?
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Ooh, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't seem to quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing into a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Okay. And watching outside, you saw her being... the other witnesses come running. Detective
Hold it! And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toe. I mean, if you see someone bleeding out, yeah. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars! They'll be coming for me, surely! That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity, the end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. Okay, this question. What was this question? Hold it! Yes, the Grace the Nihility, yes. Is it 9 or IX, the Eon of Nihility? Is it just called 9?
What question? What exactly did he say?
Yeah, I know that's like the Roman numeral. Mm-hmm. Well, no, you should hear from the horse's mouth, I think. Mm-hmm. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, this seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray!
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
Yeah, he said his name! Whoa! He said his name! Whoa! I asked, who did this to you? Ooh. Huh. Love is so real. Love wins. How did she respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. I don't think that's the case at all, Reaper. Nah, she seemed not remorseful at all. She never replied.
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute, he who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. I mean, I would have put it past her for that.
Oh dear.
Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. I mean, from the way they all treated him. Having to read the report on his time at Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, was she already dead? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant?
Soseki-san, is that really true?
Yeah, let's not make jokes about that kind of stuff, I guess. Yeah. It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first encountered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, while the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last. Oh my god, another alert. Your PC battery is low. It most certainly is not. I just have a stupid battery that, like, tricks it and everything. Hold on. Sorry. The back of the hut. That's where Many Memo was, wasn't it? Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Sosuke-san, why not did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! Let Sosuke say fuck. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. The picture again, sure. Just somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
That's it, unclear, I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may have barely been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why?
So,
Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing.
and Many Memo was out here, buddy.
It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I can believe we can now conclude that— No!
No,
Fourth Ryotaro death. Why are you laughing evilly? This headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dash. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
but that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of events, how events unfolded. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
She was sitting at the back of the hut, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. The recliner. The chairs have some sort of function to become a bed? A recliner? They said she had like a stool here, so. Before collapsing with a knife in her back.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. So, the gallant yokel student look finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
No verdict, no verdict.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over.
It's Jover. Here. I'll save. Stabbed through the thingies. I know.
Objection!
Objection!
Oh, you're sweating, buddy. Why are you sweating at that?
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Like the modern gaming chairs? Oh, once you oh yeah, like, do you mean that I have? Like the chair that I have? Can it recline? I don't even know if this one can recline. To what end, counsel? I don't know if this one can recline, actually.
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
Is this a chair or a recliner? Correct? It is not. This chair is not. Yeah, the one that like leans back is a recliner. Yeah.
What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Ow.
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you'll present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly you're proposing the culprit was concealed? We're gonna say I have an infringement for myself about the chair and the plan. Oh, okay, I see. Here! Here!
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? Yeah. Why are you sweating, Minimoto? Minimomo? Order! But student lawyer now, Naruto-san Esquire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop. Yeah. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way.
Huh?
Why are you sweating?
And in point of fact, the defense can prove evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing, you...
I'm guessing this will be the picture. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give some more guidance, counsel. Is that not it?
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence.
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed.
It's something of a windfall.
Well, there's a gap in the things. There's a gap in the, thing. A gap. That shows that you can make a gap in between the, things. A visible trace somewhere? Oh. On the hut itself. Okay. Alright, different piece. Okay. Let's see. That's just the floor plan. There we go. There's a little slit there. I see. Wrong photograph. I see. All right. Also, I do have to do, hold on. I'm gonna present this real quick.
Take that!
All right. I do also have to take the dog out again. I'm gonna do that real quickly. I need to do that real quick. I need to take the neighbor's dog out, so I'll be back in maybe 10 minutes or so. I'm so sorry, but I need to do that. Here. Let me pull up a video in the meantime. Let me pull up something. We'll pull up some more Ace Attorney bloopers, because why not? I'm also gonna mute the game. Hold on, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna quiet the game. Ace Attorney bloopers. We'll pull this back up. Here. I don't know where in the video this...
Be a lawyer.
Here. Alright. Alright, hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to take, a little break here. But I will be back in a moment. I'll be back in, maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. So, yeah. I'm so sorry. Where's... There. Alright, I'll play this for ya in the meantime. Here, enjoy the sillies.
Skinky bottle. No, but how could that be? So tell us, Mr. Tigre, on the day of your murder... You don't remember that, do you, because you're dead?
What? I don't know nothing about none of that or what the hell a tray being even is.
You're fucking lying.
Nuh-uh.
Then explain this note, bitch.
What the?
What's that?
Ahoy, Steel Samurai!
Can I fuck it? I'm afraid that I don't actually understand all of the words that are coming out of my mouth. Objection! Could the international fugitive Avery Richmond really be innocent? My opponent, American prosecutor Tristan Turnbull, presents scores of evidence. All of it reinforces. To make matters worse, the lead actor in this show doesn't know how to read words on the page. Because he's stupid and no one loves him. Find the contradictions, believe in the truth. Next episode, I'll shit the bed again. Take that! moving again.
I wasn't expecting that.
Excuse me, what the f are you looking at?
Yes, dearie. And aren't you just the sweetest for asking about me?
Maya calls Detective Gumshoe for help on her walkie-talkie, but it turns out the train car we're in seems to have vanished with Bebe Boopy. Maya calls Detective Gumshoe for help on her walkie-talkie. You, Eric.
Edgeworth, you say?
That's right. He and I used to do some pretty gay stuff.
He's a prosecutor, so he's like Nick's rival.
The Turnabout Express finally rushes toward its conclusion. Find the bleebadoo, blaffidiboo. Yeah!
According to the records, he's named Gale.
All right. Does anyone here have any idea where I left my pen? You didn't let us get close to it, and then close the door behind you to preserve the crime scene. While you were buying time for him by the door, the... oh, me in the head.
And Gale Gaelick's body didn't vanish.
Wait, did you it?
Sure did. Or it us.
By no small coincidence, we ended up behind the third car. So when we all reached the junction... Choo-choo! Chugga, 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 chugga. Woo-woo!
We switched places.
Then they hid themselves behind the door.
What?
Yeah!
No.
Yes! Objection! On behalf of Sweet Dolly, I object!
Wait, seriously?
Damn it, Eric! Get the hell out of here!
No! It's not right!
I was under the impression we were here today to solve Dougie's murder. Am I wrong? Farting butthole.
Damn it. No, it's not my fault. It couldn't be. I didn't kill this guy! I kinda did. That morning, Doug had asked me to meet him behind the pharmacology department at 2:45 p.m. I was like, dude, I'm not into dicks like that, but I'll meet you there. Just don't show me anything weird.
Mr. Wright, excuse me.
Supposedly a special kind of poison.
This music turns me on!
Cameron. I was thinking that too. I'm like, what is this music?
What? Anyway, I'd like to proceed with a brief summary of the events in question. This tragic incident occurred one rainy afternoon on the local campus of IIT f***ity. Sorry.
Pharmacology?
Some fellow students happened upon the crime scene and noticed the authorities. Oh, notified. Ha! I can't read.
And at that exact moment that Dougie collapsed, I heard an extremely loud cracking noise. I thought my little heart was going to pitter-patter right out of my chest.
I want to pitter-patter all over your tits.
What the What? Why? Why?
I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For pooping my pants.
What did he say?
Yeah, it was too big, so I had to break it into little pieces and chew it.
You did what?
But I got worried, so I came back a little bit later. And I saw Dolly kneeling over him. She was sucking his dick.
Yeah, if anyone even makes one rude remark toward you, I will make them eat their words.
I'll use my gavel to pound them in their buttholes.
No! Think so? Taking talking down to me.
Well, that's my personal philosophy.
Nice. I've been thinking about taking some law classes, and it's got me thinking about taking some law classes because that's what I was thinking about. And after meeting you, I don't want to be a lawyer.
Oh, really?
It sounds like a really job. And you're not really good at it. And everyone hates you afterwards. I mean, not as much as if you're a voice actor in anime, but they still hate you.
Yeah.
I've I've been doing some thinking too.
About what?
Penises, mostly. No, it's not true.
I have a request. No, a demand that Miss Hawthorne give sworn testimony regarding that incident before this court. Let me try that again. If you believe that, I should ask you, would you like to try a sample of this medicine? If she's
I have
as innocent
returned.
as you claim, surely there's nothing harmful in this little bottle.
Alrighty,
Clear your
be
shame
back.
now.
Anyways. She would never have said and done all those terrible things. Such a bitch.
Alright.
Tough, but learn
I'm
from
back.
this and move on. You pansy!
Hi. Welcome back, everybody. Why am I saying welcome back? I'm the one that left. But I'm here! I'm here! Alrighty. But yes. We are here. Yes, I've returned. Yes, there is returned here for everybody. Yes. Anyways. This. The photographic print of the crime scene. Sam Riegel being Tigray and... Wait, I thought Eric Vale was Phoenix. Wait. You're breaking my brain. Sam Riegel was Tigray in that? Oh, in games later. Oh, in later games. Really interesting. Okay. It's not. The first role of his that I was aware of was Teddy. So no, okay, in 5 and 6. Okay, I see. And then I'm playing through he's Alphino in like A Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy 14. At least in the early part, and I'm close to Heavensward, which is when the cast switches, but I'm so sorry to Sam Riegel that the role that I associate him with is Teddy. That is not his fault at all, it's just the first role that I was aware of that was him, and so that's unfortunate to my brain. I have my apologies to Sam Riegel for always associating you with that. And he's Critical Role? Oh yeah, he is Critical. I want to get into Critical Role. I guess, how much content is there to get through? Like, if I start from the beginning, because I want to get into it. It looks really cool, but yeah, I need to, do that. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of content. It's longer than One Piece. Oh, Jesus. And yet, the thought of starting Critical Role feels more manageable than starting One Piece for some reason. Anyways. The slit in the back of the hut. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach hut. It is 3 different campaigns though. Okay. I could take it one campaign at a time, I guess.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Ooh. Yeah! Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in the photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't! I can't see any lie, you lie!
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary!
Yes.
The Kazuma Slam! God. I miss him!
The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah!
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Right, and many memo.
It could only have been you.
Got him! Ooh!
Ah!
We got him.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not?
Well, based on what Ray said, she stood up And then maybe, like, she took a step forward or something and fell straight forward.
Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
No, of course not.
We're not.
At the time of the stabbing, she was seated.
You recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool, also known as a poop.
Have another look at the photograph.
Look at this photograph.
The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So in fact, the victim was
killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
Ooh. We got him. Is there any of it, like...
By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness.
There's no way it's over after that, though.
I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ochi clan can't. What am I growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't just accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final... Yeah. He's gonna break down. Witness breakdown time. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it not?
Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh jeez. What's this clown gonna do now? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain?
I'm talking about the poison, of course. Yeah, you stole the poison, didn't you?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we?
I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah!
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it's highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. I'm thinking somehow when he went in there, he gave her the poison. And, or somehow poisoned, like, wine or something? The poison for Cusco. The poison chosen especially to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. Hi, Joe, how are you doing? How are you doing? The lady from the first case is our victim this time. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? We're on the second game of this case.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in the back and with whose blade.
I'm guessing when he went into the hut, he, like, maybe slipped some poison into, like, this, like, wine or something. Or, I don't know. Because Ray said she didn't see, Brett eat or drink anything, but she came into the hut after Many Memo left. So she could have already had the poison in her body at the time before the stabbing like that. That's my thought.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade.
But it's not on the blade.
Forgotten already, have we, Yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Ugh. So let me get this down.
The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Death number 5. He had the poison in his pen. Because there was an empty space inside the pen. But where does that leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? Okay, slow healing, rainy day vibes. Yes, it's a cozy day. It's very gray and rainy outside, so it's a day to just relax. He wrote an angry letter. There was an undeniably obvious entrance to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, the wine glass. A bottle of carbonated... Oh, it's carbonate... Oh, it's the carbonated water! Ah! Oh, poison pen. I see.
I see. I missed that.
The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it?
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey! Why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would I? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you! I don't like this guy either. This guy is our true culprit for sure.
What on earth does he mean?
He's very pretentious.
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain that to the court in your testimony, the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life.
And I'm not about to start now because that's many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought it illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again.
Gives photographer a bad name, yeah. Gives journalism a bad name.
Just where's this trial going to take us?
I think he kept the poison in the pen. Yeah, dude thinks he has this like a whole like a religion or a philosophy. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? Red herrings, baby. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts were going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Yeah, fortunately he is kind of funny. Dude is awful, but sometimes he is a little silly.
So you admit it then? That everything that happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Yeah, I stabbed her, but I didn't kill her. Yeah. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. Yeah, he's confessing to the stabbing, but he's claiming that the poison was the true cause of death since we've established that there was poison in her body. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after... Attempted murder is a different sentence to actual murder. That's true, yeah. I mean, I guess that would be technically like a lighter sentence, I guess, but still. He's still gonna be sentenced for something.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. Still had intent to kill, exactly. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off. You still attempted murder, dude. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning.
Reporter.
Yes, it's all quite logical.
She's 16. Yeah. Autobot, yeah, it's allowed. Yeah. She's 16, dude. That's another reason to go to jail. Yeah. This is it. I remember how edgy, yeah, nearly got him a lesser sentence. Yeah. Is it still attempted murder if you stab someone after? Yeah, literally Kamoshida moment. Ugh, the face and then that comment. Ugh. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable.
Can we please go into this guy's palace?
And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
No, he won't.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
What if you stab a dead body? Good question. Did I fix what issue? Oh, the gay-ass issue. I did not. I did not. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume is to be your final cross-examination in this trial. I'll allow it. Oh, God, I need to make that. I need to allow that, yeah. Desecration of a corpse, yeah. Mutilation of a body, yeah, that could definitely be a crime. Yeah.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Alrighty. To make it look like somebody else did it.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously! That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like this!
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. What do you think, you're some avenging angel?
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's...
No.
No, they weren't. There was a... Ray said she confronted her about the stolen poison, and this is what was happening. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikutoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. See, that's not what they were arguing about. Is that Ray? Because that's not what they were arguing about.
I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray,
Yo,
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. But you're full of shit.
But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Mm-mm.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom!
Whoa! Take it easy there.
Please, I really think this court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Ooh, is she gonna interrupt and we have to press her on that now?
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense. Yeah!
Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Okay. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. Yeah, they were discussing the stolen poison. Indeed.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikutoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Why would Sosuke be interested in that poison? I know he didn't do it or anything, but like, still. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
And was the little reporter buddy following you?
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison.
I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison.
He just wanted to add something. Yeah, maybe he's doing research, true. You know, about authors researching poisons and ways to kill somebody because they're writing crime novels.
I told her that there were to be an incident involving it somehow. It wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Menememo-san, one small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind! Can't you see I'm busy?
Deflecting much?
There are two kind of folks who sit around, yes. Psychopaths and Mr. Yeah, so beautiful lips. Okay, lesbian, so true. I'm the kind that pays better. Fictional crime novelist. Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. I mean, true. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Menememo-san?
As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Menememoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. They are rotten, buddy. So he's a plagiarist? Yeah, literally. Oh my god, he's got a little Madarame in him too. Man. He's contradicting himself. He is.
Whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts.
Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Bro is seething. Ugh.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens, huh?
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
That's when Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
I don't know much about ramen, actually. It depends. Okay. I've never eaten ramen, not even in college and everything. I just don't like the texture of like long noodles. Like I don't like spaghetti either. I just don't like long noodles. And now I can't even eat I know gluten-free ramen certainly exists, but I wouldn't be able to eat the standard issue ones. Yeah, I've never had it. And I just don't like long noodles. It's just a texture thing. Yeah. Like, yeah, I know, I'm very picky. But yeah, between well-done steaks and not liking ramen or long noodles, I'm very picky, okay? If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
I'm gonna make myself ramen in protest. Go for it! Go for it! You could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Maybe he didn't know if she had taken the poison. Is there anything that we could do with that? Like... You like spaghetti just made at home? That those 2-cent ramen packets? Oh, yeah. Well, this detail's gonna be important. Do I need to press anything else? Did I press this one yet?
Hold it!
Yeah, I did. I did press this before. Is he gonna say anything different? Since I got, Okay, he's saying this again, but that's not right.
Objection!
Yeah. Yes! Give him a Susato takedown. Aww. Yeah, but I'm okay with lasagna. Yeah, I do like lasagna kind of stuff. I like penne. Other kind of like more like macaroni and stuff. Kind of like more like smaller like noodles and stuff, I guess. Pasta shapes.
I can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray's the only one who knows what really happened.
So something? I'm gonna read this. Deadly poison, blah blah blah. Okay. One symptom occurs in minutes. Maybe he didn't want Brett to, like, talk about possibly being poisoned. But even she probably couldn't speak very well with the breathing and everything. Despite, yeah, I don't like the slurp. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just the sound or the feeling of it, but I don't like the slurp. I don't know why. It's a weird sensory thing. Duh. Slurp. I mean, we know that there was an empty thing in here. I'm assuming this is how he carried the poison. But... yeah, we already looked at this, and... I mean, I guess I could press the rest of the statements that I did press all of them, did I? Did I not press the first one? I don't think I pressed this one, but let's just see.
So you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett, then?
Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. What, you think you're some sort of vigilante? Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions, then?
Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That English one was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Society. His persona is Robin Hood. Oh my god. Don't do my boy Akechi comparing him to that. But yeah, you know, righting the wrongs of the world.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Yeah, for the vigilante, yeah. The poisoning... okay. The statement that he added was the last one. So I'm gonna have to present something against this. Please stab him. Yeah, stab him with his own pen. That would be great. I don't know. I guess I'll go with...
Objection!
Oh, okay. I guess because I went with the logic of that was the newest amended statement and a piece of evidence had just been adjusted too, so...
What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There can be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Menimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Got him. Yes, very articulately put. Articulately.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Menimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
So he tried to confuse the cause of death.
The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among the new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would have been clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
Got him!
In other words, someone like you, right in Menimemo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the raid screen.
He blue screened, he did.
But, well, what could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Got him. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
If there's... the only thing I can imagine us doing left is presenting the, reagent with the, pen to trace the... Oh my god. Whoa!
The prosecution's evasive reply clearly shows that much in the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to last... Get him!
Oh my god, get him, Susato. Let's go. Alright, here we go. There's trace liquid in the pen. Use the chemical reagent on it. Whoa! Hats off. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Give it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your... Alright, I do have evidence.
Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you?
But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. That was a Saw It reference. Frank saw it. Hat in place of toupee. Ooh, yeah. I mean, what the professor said early in this trial, it's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for, is the power of the printed word. All visitors are searched. He hid the poison in his pen! In his pen. In the pen. How's that done? Blown the story wide open. See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. And the tip, death number 6. We can still prove that he did.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as we've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point? You annoyingly handsome you don't know she's actually a woman, so
My point is this. There's one way that you, Minimemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've had enough verbal conjecture now, but the court must be shown as evidence.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Diversity lost mini memo is bisexual.
How can that be relevant?
He needs to go to double jail, yeah. And she is 16 too, isn't she? So that's another strike against him.
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
I swear by a weasel hair, calligraphy brush, and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
The one image of the lesbian silhouette kicking the bisexual silhouette, yes! Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
French! He did a French! Let's talk of... Why does this have to be highlighted? Suzuki losing points for French! No. Oh my god. That's the worst thing he did. Sousson means little, yes. That is the pronunciation, Sousson. Yes, Sousson. I remember a little bit of pronunciation from my 2 years of French in high school. I gotta suck it up.
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be? He just like spurted it out of the thing.
Well, Minimemo-san, you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day.
Yeah, phrasing! My 4 years of high school French did a number of my autocorrect! Oh no!
You used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say. That for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. Out of accents that have insulted my eyes.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimemo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
There's like nothing in there except for a little bit of liquid.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do we explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? The pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Ah! Witness! What do you have to say in your defense? Wahahaha. So this is how a modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? You do have the infinite pencil. Oh my god, claws! I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh my god, you're gonna try to commit more murders here?
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more.
Yeah, he's the Wolverine pencil Wolverine! Yo!
Hello, Void Wizard. How are you doing? Thanks for being here. Thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that. Think again.
Chemical reagent, baby. It looks as though he's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. Man is angry. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist.
It does. We got it.
Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Get his ass, Susato! Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to seal the poison.
Boom! Counsel, what is that bottle? Ryutaro is the coolest Naruhodo. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. 100%.
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Ooh. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
We gotcha! Give it up, buddy.
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Manimoto-san,
Memo,
is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
Ooh, best lawyer in the series, agreed. Ryutaro, best lawyer. You can't, I won't!
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah! Whoa! Whoa! That's your camera, dude! Jesus! The camera did nothing wrong, buddy! Get Come on, give him a Ray takedown. Susato! Yes! Oh my god! Joint Susato Ray takedown, lesbian takedown. Whoa! Let's go! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Nice! Yes! Bailish shoot him! Yes! Let's go, lesbians! Yes! Let's go, see? Yes, you've been defeated by the power of Yuri.
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it?
Oh my god.
Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown.
Yes! Playing this game the first time, I was like, they're moving! Yes! Let's go. We did it.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
That face. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison. The devil got hold of me.
No, the devil made me do it.
I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink at the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you?
He's such a sopping wet cat. Yeah, literally. He is an insult to sopping wet cats everywhere.
Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minimemo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
It was too tempting. I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this?
A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Oh my god, girl. Well, what something the devil made me do it, but I guess I kinda wanted to! Stop! Yes, a hat.
Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways,
You ignorant plebeian. What did you call me?
This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to—
oh, fuck you. Get out of here, you oaf. You know what? I will say, yeah. Her death was deserved, yeah. Yeah, I think he— Pride and Prejudice, yeah. I think maybe he's a little justified in this. Her just being a racist bitch like that, you know? So maybe he wasn't entirely in the wrong. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. He's based for this, but not for framing Ray. Agreed. Yeah. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. He's based for killing the racist, but not for being annoying as shit. Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
Every time you kill a racist, you get to be cringe once! Yes. After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. Teehee, oh no, are we getting lore? And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes... She'd make up her life. Does this have something to do with the telegram that we intercepted? That had Wilson and Kazuma's names on it, plus a certain A. Shin and Toby Gregson. Is it related to that somehow?
What sort of deal?
I've done my research, dug up all the dirt, was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up! He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimemo-san, that you committed murder yourself and tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose. Sorry, this is so pathetic. I suppose. It should appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. You did so well, sweetie! Oh, the eyes. You did amazing, sweetie. I'm so proud of you. Sorry, Your Excellency, you're just musing in a manly way here. My neck hurts looking at him because he's like, oh god, that's like all folded in half. I love her so much. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court, which was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Ryunosuke, you mean?
Yeah, I never picked Queen Victoria, yeah. I'll have to look up what happens if you pick that. I will need to YouTube that. The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering. That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
He's not used to referring to his cousin by his first name. Hearing the defense he put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Is he gonna go, hello? Bro?
Prosecutor Ouchie?
I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a Kano youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Alright, Emo.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Is he about a... don't, please don't, no, 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 bro, don't, no, 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 bro, Ouchiism? Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You do not get to use this song for fucking Ouchie. No, 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 no. No! No! This is just... Do not sully Kazuma like this! No! Ah! Why this song? Out of all... I'm gonna throw up! Why? Spring of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Why does eyebrows just go? He can't do it. Ah! Oh, he's just cutting off that. Man, F's in chat for the top knot. He quoting himself, yeah! Man, rip top knot. Oh my god, everyone having a moment of silence for the top knot. Oh my god. Amazing. Man. You know what? I'll allow the use of that song for the top knot. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Woo! We got the pedal confetti. Yay! Oh, sorry, hold on a second. That was a bit hair-raising, yeah. Court is adjourned. Man. Man, the top knot and Kazuma are in a better place now. Hair raising. Oh.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing.
Oh.
Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Aww. Am I right? Yes, you are. Susato! Hug! Aww! What a proud father and girlfriend!
Thank you so much. You're so dashing in there.
Aww.
Ray and father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it.
We need to come for a better word for seeing someone's back that is not the word passion! Stop! I was sorry, I was getting backshot. Oh my god. Yeah, that's something different entirely.
The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you.
Aww.
Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense.
Hug, hug, hug.
It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what?
Hug.
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
Aww. Yes.
I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, lesbians!
Kiss her. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else who we could throw together?
Huh? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not! There does it last. Ray's lovely
her lovely smile! You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. No! I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now.
Maybe one day you can be the lawyer again.
So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What? Is that Sosuke? Hey, besties. What is happening? Oh, it's Susato.
Ah, Sosuke-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Maybe the real weird girl was the 43-year-old man we met along the way. The weirdest girl of all. Susato or Ryotaro, either way, she's still more than her cousin. Hosonaga, oh my god, they're standing next to each other! Whoa! We go back to this? I'm guessing we will. I'm guessing we will go back to him in the next case. Is that really you? I hope this doesn't... If word gets out that a girl acted as a defense attorney, I hope that doesn't make this trial illegitimate. They're standing next to each other. Love wins! Yay! Justice wasn't the only thing that won today.
I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
Hello, LGBTQ community.
Oh my god. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes! And devilishly divine, just look at you! I had no idea, Mrs. Sato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin! Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! He said the title! Yo! He said, whoa! You really are the ace attorney, Susato! Whoa!
Poor Sosuke-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London.
Susato has the type of androgyny that I aspire for every day. Agreed. Like, she was very, very gender as the Ryotaro. Like, I want that gender.
What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm the chief inspector of the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle! Oh, is that the name of this whole outfit? Not just the turtle, but are you calling this whole disguise Mr. Turtle? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just 2, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope.
Aww. Mr. Turtle, precursor to the Blue Badger. Stop, you're so right. Is he gonna be the face of the police now?
Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant.
Bested by 2 kids.
And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. That was evil. That was just mean. That was just mean.
So that didn't help me. Oh my god! Ruin Chicory, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid, welcome! We are playing some Ace Attorney. We're probably gonna be wrapping up stream very shortly though, but thanks again for the raid. I'm Angie. I've started the 2nd game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And, but yeah, thank you so much for the raid. But yeah, we are probably going to be wrapping up stream soon, so we'll be finishing a case. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty well myself. Between dog sitting, as soon as I end stream, I'm going to go take out the puppy again. But yeah, we're just playing a little Great Ace Attorney. But yeah, how was your stream? What were you playing? Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
Damn it. Throwing up.
You're happy to hear that? That's good, yeah.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about this. It's good? That's good, yeah. I mean, now the truth has been lost for— Huh? What do you mean? The truth? Huh? Oh yeah. Because there was, I guess— yeah. Talk about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Oh yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. You're playing Honkai Star Rail? Ooh, how did it go? Did you pull for Jingliu? I got her the other day, and I don't have any good relics for her, but when she's in her, like, enhanced state, she's cracked, and I love her. You did? Did you get her? Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. You did? Oh my god, congratulations! That's awesome. She feels like so fun to use, and she's so satisfying, like, and she's very easy to build too. So I'm working on— You're so happy? That's amazing. I'm happy for you too. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. So keep doing gacha to get to E4 Tingyun. I'm a little tempted to try to go for more Tingyun Eidolons as well. I got E2 Tingyun and E5 Qingxue on there. Do I try to get that last Qingxue Eidolon? I must save for Silver Wolf reruns, yeah. Or maybe I save for Gwenaifen, however, how do you pronounce her name? I'd like to see if I can get a copy of her. You E2'd Sampo. I got him to E6 on the Kafka banner. Herlock mentioned, wow! I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And when I play that game, I must have Silver Wolf on the team because anything and everything, yes. Arsene! Oh my god! I need to E6 my Sampo as well. I have plans that require, yeah. My Sampo is pretty cracked. He's probably one of my most complete built characters. I have a complete relic set for him. His important traces are all level 8. I like to get them up to level 9 because he can deal with, when his buff is active, he can deal like 13k wind dot. He's kind of cracked. He did say Sholmes is his rival. He did. This is actually an Arsene. There is. What? Dr. Wilson? Arsene Lupin? I can't believe that is a coincidence. The moment Black Swan releases? Who's that?
I don't know who that is. If that's a leaked character, I don't know, because I don't personally look at leaks, because I like to be surprised when they, like, formally announce things. But, interesting. They've committed arson! Somebody committed arson on the carriage at the end of Case 3 that Willy Wonka was inside.
I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
She's gonna have to find out eventually. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I am sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Yeah, was he not sick? Interesting.
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
I'm scared. Oh my god! Hey Biddy, welcome! We're probably gonna be wrapping up stream soon, but welcome, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply... Why is this man walking out here? How has he not, like, been arrested? You're great. Glad to hear that. Nice.
Many Meadow-san.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you. Yes. Yes. Hit him with the lesbian takedown again. Went to IKEA and you got a big whale. Oh my god! IKEA plushies are great. I love that. That's awesome. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? Same man about a car. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting students. What? Huh? What does this have to do with Kazuma? That he's... I get scared and then my hands end up in the cat girl position. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and I guess they have been covering up that fact then. That Ryunosuke's, they're hiding the fact that Ryunosuke took over then. Majima jump scare.
And that he'll never...
Whoa! Justice takedown! Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! The judge is an honorary lesbian. Let's go. Oh my god, this is the first time we ever had a standing judge! Oh my god! Standing judge? This is a first time in Ace Attorney history! Can Santa stand as well? Yeah! Well, I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. What's going on? I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin, and it's a good job I can buy. Highlighted the whole game? Standing judge, yeah. This is a bit unsettling, not gonna lie. I just assumed that, like, the judge was, like, part of the chair. That he was fused with the chair and that he physically can't stand. The old judge also stood... He did. I still need to play the Edgeworth spin-offs. I need to do that. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Oh, Your Excellency?
Ha ha ha! The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishi. Oh my god, the judge has a name! God, sorry, I got excited and bonked my mic, but the judge has a name? It's not just Judge Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. He has a name! I can finally stop pretending I don't know his name. Yeah, we have a judge that stands, and he has a name? His persona is Throne? Would that make his persona, what's its name, Belphegor? The demon that's sitting on the throne, if you know what I mean. It's easy to win the trial when your daddy's... True.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Yes, don't call him Oh, Throne is also the name of an angel. That's right, I forgot about that. I forgot.
Before you go, Father?
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. That was beautiful. 10 out of 10, no notes. So is Yujin somehow involved in a cover-up of hiding the fact that Kazuma didn't make it to England and that somebody else is like taking on that role? Does everybody just believe Kazuma is there on the study tour?
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. Nobody else is around.
Oh, hi, buddy. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires? Could I have a word? What are we missing? I don't know. What's up, Sosuke?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see...
There's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from it. Buddy?
Tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Natsume, I love him too. He looks very snuggly. Having arrived in Japan, I stumbled upon a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. Looks like Tesla combined with Poe. He's like 3 feet tall. He seems to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sends the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. That particular part my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly. What is Mikotoba hiding? What is he hiding? Yeah, he's like a little cat. Do you remember those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in? Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
You mean the one Mr. Scholz forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public was aware of was the first.
What was the second case? What was the second case? Was it a basketball? I don't care if the second case. Oh, the one that he forbore. Yeah, this is the incident. This is the one, right? The second case that they're talking about is the one that we defended him for, right? The point is, It seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. Oh, it's a different one. So this first incident was the, Is this involved with the haunted lodgings? Baskervilles? Isn't that involved about like a ghost dog or something, or a phantom dog? I have it, but I haven't read it yet. But, the haunted lodgings. A new case that we never... Oh, is this a case that happened in the 2-month period between case 4 and 5? The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. So is that a case that took place between 4 and 5? Huh. Aw, Kazuma. The dog's relevance is key.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
Aw, Kazuma.
And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Aww.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left.
Ooh.
Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
Yeah.
Today,
the player needs to see
this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Aww.
Yours, Susato.
That's my daughter, everybody. I love her. Yeah, Iris did write something. Yeah. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris... He forbade Iris from, like, publishing that. Alright, Susato, success! Alrighty! Man, I'm curious about this. Are we gonna do, like, play a case in the past? The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. That was, the adventures of that was, case number 4. So are we gonna go back in time and play a case retroactively? In a time period between Queen Victoria was on the throne and women were allowed to serve in the jury. I guess we are gonna go into the past. Memoirs. So this is gonna be something time between 4 and 5, I suppose? This is such a pretty thing here. Anyways, that's where we'll call it for today. We did that whole case, wow. But, wow, we did it. I love Susato. She's amazing. I love everything about her. Best girl, for sure. But thank you all so much for being here. We will continue with this next week. Probably Monday. And then I'm also going to slowly work towards getting caught up getting up to Heaven's Ward in Final Fantasy XIV, so I can stream that. First instance of the throat punch. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm so scared. I don't know what is Eugen hiding? What is he doing? It was a good stream. Thank you. That I can watch it and yeah, I do want to do some more weekend streams, I think. I feel like I have more energy to stream longer on the weekends like this. And also, I'm not tempted to drink coffee in the evening, so that could be better for my health. So yeah. Anyways, thank you all so much for being here. Hold on. Let's see. I believe Kirsty is live. We can go raid Kirsty. She's playing Yakuza 0, I believe. Yes. I've been watching her play Yakuza 0. Oh, it looks like she's on chapter 14 in the middle of a moment. So yes, she's pretty far into the game, on chapter 14, but yes, that'll be all. But weekends would be better, yeah, for free time. So I might do some more weekend streams in the future. We'll see. But I will keep you all posted. Thank you all so much for being here. If you're not in the Discord, you can join for that. But anyways, yeah, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day, or night, or weekend as well, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye!